Okay. Good evening, students. Hope all of you are doing well, right? Wherever you are, and finding yourself comfortable enough. And by now, many of you have done your studies, right? Work out your studies as well, right? Things are in order, right? So, students, today, with the invitation of CA Sri Lanka, we have planned out this program to cover as much as possible in your CL1 Advanced Audit and Assurance paper, right? So, students, once again, we would like to thank CA Sri Lanka team to giving these opportunities for all of you because this comprehensive discussion of mock exam paper will, I would say, will revise your what you have done, right? Revised way. It will revise what you have done, and also it will provide you the necessary inputs to guide yourself to a kind of a exam winning approach. And I know students, there are students who are doing the exam for the first time. Many first timers will be there, as well as people who are doing the exam for sometimes maybe their second attempt will be this. So students, while doing, I will revise you certain theories as well. So whatever you have learned will be coming into your mind, and you will be having a kind of a good result at the end of the session. And as much as possible, students, we will try to write down the answers and use as much as possible the chat box to provide your answers. Engage with me, right? You know, students, engaging, and because you all by now know the syllabus, right? You all know it better than me sometimes, right? Okay, so it's important that you engage. Use the chat box for that engagement purpose, students, so then we can make sure that effectively the program goes on, right? So use the chat box effectively. Use whatever the, you can unmute your microphone and you can speak as well, so that benefit is also being given to you. So participate as much as possible, right? So that will enable you to understand the theories much more better than what you have right now. So with all the good blessings, students, we will start the session with the first question coming from MCQs. Students, you all know your paper has 3 sections, right? ඔයාගේ paper එකේ sections 3ක් තියෙනවා. Section 1 on MCQs, 10 multiple choice questions are there with 2 marks each. And then on the other hand, you have section 2, which has 4 10 marks questions for 40 marks. And then you have section number 3, that is 2 questions of 20 marks each, that is also there. So all 3 sections are important to all of you. But students, at the reading time of your exam, try to read section C, right? Section 3, section C, the 2 large 20 marks questions, try to read that at the reading time, right? 2 large 20 marks questions, try to read that at the reading time. So that will give you the kind of effective strategy. Otherwise, you won't be able to read the entire paper at 15 minutes, right? Which we can't do. විනාඩි 15කින් paper එකක් කියවන්න බෑ ළමයි, right? So you won't be able to read it. So but one of the most important areas you can read and you can get an understanding about that. Okay, so that's what we see as a strategy. Reading time, section C, 2 questions of 20 marks, read the entire 2 questions, and that will be the kind of ideal starting for the paper. And start your answering with multiple choice questions, students. Answering පටන් ගන්න multiple choice questions වලින්. And also one loophole in many of the students that we have observed over the time is that, students, how is your multiple choice questions devised? Sometimes your multiple choice questions, students, has more than somewhat appropriate marks, more than somewhat appropriate answers. For one question, you may feel that more than one answer is there. But remember, in CL1 Advanced Audit and Assurance in MCQs, select the most appropriate answer. Select the most appropriate answer. Students, select the most appropriate answer. The most appropriate answer should be selected. You may feel, right, මේකත් හරි වගේ නිකන් feeling එකක් ඒවි, you get it. But ළමයි, examiner test you the most appropriate answer in the MCQs. So with that, shall we move to the paper? Right? Okay. Right, good. So students, use the chat box. Chat box පාවිච්චි කරන්න. Right, good. Let's see. Let me share you the screen. Right, my screen එක share කරන්න. Okay. I'm sharing my screen. Right. Students, can I have your feedback? Do you all see my screen? Screen එක පේනවද හැමෝටම? The paper? What yes no එකක් දෙන්න බලන්න. Just to see whether the things are going on.
Yes, we can see. Yes.
Right. Thank you, Arun. Thanks. Right. So let's move on. Look at the section 1.1. Students, remember when you are answering multiple choice questions, always try to select the most appropriate answer. Right? Most appropriate. See, the first question. The external auditor provides assurance over the financial statements of the entities, and there are a number of limitations on every audit. Students, the question coming from assurance, right? Question in assurance wali, right? So external auditors provide assurance. If I ask from you specifically, which type of assurance external auditors are providing? Which type of assurance external auditors are providing? External auditors in an external audit providing a reasonable assurance, right? You all know it, right? And apart from that, in a review engagement, we are providing a limited assurance, reasonable assurance and limited assurance. See the question again. The external auditor provides assurance over the financial statements of the entities, and there are a number of limitations on every audit. Number of limitations on the audits are there. Auditors face difficulties, limitations. Select the correct statement. So you need to select the correct statement. Auditing is always objective. Auditing is always objective, unbiased, objective oriented, fair. Always. Students, is auditing always objective? Can we say always? Can we say something 100%? Always කියලා කියන්න පුළුවන්ද? Can we say? We can't, guys. We can't. Why? There may be situations where auditors themselves will compromise their independence. Auditors themselves, right? That's why we have a topic called threats to independence. No? So we can't say always objectives at a time when the auditors are not independent. Sometimes students, objectivity will be go for a 6. So A, not a correct statement. A out. B, the auditors will test all the items in the financial statements. Are we testing all the items? No, out. C, audit evidence sometimes indicate what is probable misstatements. Evidence sometimes lead you to probable misstatements. CD, auditors are in a position to certify that the financial statements are correct. Students, can we say financial statements correct here? Financial statement correct. These financial statements are correct. Can we say meva financial statements hurry? Can we say like that? Correct? You can't, guys. You can't. So what's the answer? A, B, C, or D? What is probable? Answer is C. Thanks, guys. Sanuja, Pamali, right? Both it, no? Right? Good. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Everybody put your answers. Answers done. So answer to 1.1 is C. The correct statement. Evidence will show you probable misstatements. Evidence එක පෙන්නනවා ඔයාට මොනවද ප්‍රශ්න තියෙන්නේ කියලා. Probable. C. Answer C. A. Answer C. Look at 1.2. 1.2, right? The role of internal auditor has evolved today, and the internal auditor seeks to monitor all aspects, not just accounting of organizations, and add value to their employers. That's a statement, right? So internal auditors have a wider scope than external auditors. Now, external auditors, students, the audit firm which comes in a year, every year, they will not go into detail with regard to the processes, with regard to, let's say, operations. They don't go, no. That fact will be done by internal auditors. They have a more wider scope. They go not just accounting, but they go into operations and all other aspects as well. Select the statement that explains the role of the internal auditor of an organization. A. Internal auditor aims to assess the adequacy and effectiveness of internal controls in place to manage the risk and achieve organizational objectives. Students, internal auditors are there to support the management in order to achieve organizational objectives by fraud prevention, by evaluating efficiency and effectiveness of internal controls. That's their part of job. So A seems to be an answer that describes internal auditor's work. B, design, implement, monitor internal controls of the organization to manage risk and achieve organizational objective. Students, designing of internal controls, is that an objective of internal auditors? Yes or no? Who should design internal controls? Is it internal auditors? Can I have your answers? Designing of internal controls, is that internal auditors' work? But then about yes, no? Who should do that? Very good. Thank you, guys. Right? Designing of internal controls is whom? It is those charged with governance, TCWG, right? It's a management responsibility. It's not us. So A hari wage peenawa, B out. B not a part of internal auditor's work. C, approve the decisions made by management to strengthen the control environment of the organization. Students, internal auditors, do they approve? No. They go to see what are the things that were approved. They go there to review them. They are going to review. They are not going to approve something. Out. See out. Perform risk management assessment to ensure that organizational risks are identified and managed effectively. Perform risk management assessment to ensure organizational risks are identified and managed effectively. Students, performing risk assessment, is it internal auditor's work? Risk assessment karna internal auditor vadadda. COSO framework, control environment, risk assessment. Is it internal auditor's work? Whose work? Risk assess karanne kawuda lamai? Can I have your answer? Who assess the risk? It is done by the risk management department, the management, right? Management ki වැඩක් එක. Okay, it is not part of internal auditor's work. Anunge වැඩ අපිට කරන්න බෑ. So it is whether performance of a risk management done or not, reviewing it, internal auditor's work, but not performing risk assessment is not internal auditor's work. So B, C, D out. Answer A, 1.2. Answer A, 1.2. Answer A. Guys, fantastic. May හැමෝම උත්තර දෙන්න ඕන. Everybody has to provide answers. Go to 1.3. XYZ Limited. Give me a moment, students. XYZ Limited uses an ERP system. Answers are coming thick and fast, right? Very good, huh? Niyamai. Good job. Right. See, XYZ Limited uses an ERP system, enterprise resource planning like Oracle, and maintains 3 main bank accounts. Every month, the bank reconciliation statements are prepared. Right? Prepared by a junior staff member in the finance department and submitted for the review of the accountant. So junior staff member prepared, accountant review it. The bank reconciliation statement preparation process was automated through ERP system by uploading bank statements from the respective bank. So what happened? Bank reconciliation lamai, every month you got to do it, no? Every month now in our bank, I'm a banker, no? Professionally. Students, reconciliation was one of the, let's say, cumbersome processes our finance department was doing. So therefore, what we did, reconciliation every month, every day we got to do now. We have number of reconciliations. We have different reconciliation, account to account reconciliation, this and that and all. We need to do it every month, every week we got to do. Some are reconciliation, ATM machine reconciliation, every day we do. If something to be done every day, repetitive task, what we can do? What we can do if it is a repetitive task? Repeat same task that you are doing. No need of students human intervention. Repetitive task automate. How do you automate? Automate කරන්න කොහමද? Repetitive එකක් automate කරන්න කොහමද? Robotic process automation, guys, not data analytics. Data analytics means analyzing 100% of the data in a database using your techniques and arrive at trends, patterns, ratios and all. Blockchain means digitally coded blocks of information recorded in a cloud. Accounting software, we all know what it is. Robo. What's the answer? A, B, C, or D? Answer ke A, B, C, or D. Can I have the answers? Pat, Gayatri, Somira, good. Tiraksha, good. Niyamai. Answer is D, guys. Fantastic, right? What does AI do? Then what does AI do? Artificial intelligence. Right? What does AI does? AI, artificial intelligence, what do they do? Imam predict. Accounting software කරන්න බැරි I will answer that. Right? AI වලට ගිහිල්ලා ළඟට. What does AI do? Very good. Human intelligent work. Students, in AI, what can happen? My intelligence can be replaced by a machine. Machine learns. We call it machine learning. AI, artificial intelligence, we put to situations where human intelligence needed. So my intelligence will be taken away, machine will be put into that. So machine will make the decisions. Then bank decision, you don't have any decisions to make, no. It is where repetitively you need to reconcile all these. Robotic process automation you can do. Artificial intelligence you do when situations where decisions to be taken. Right? Decisions karana artificial intelligence provide judgment also. Very good, guys. What are the examples of AI you can see? ChatGPT kelimata liyalama denawa thesis එක නේ. ChatGPT, Siri, ChatGPT, take Google, make a Google Map, Copilot, Microsoft Copilot run, thanks, right? Microsoft Viva, Copilot, Bing AI, project right? Google Bard, right? Fascinating, very good, right? What happens? So human intelligence will be replaced by machine. The machine learning. Machine learns things and machine will put the things into effect. Right? Thank you very much. And one student asked the question, so why can't accounting software can't do? Accounting software doesn't do it, Lamai. Accounting software already currently right now. Here what happened? Same process every time you do. In digitalization, our replacement for that, our account karna kollata replace karanne api komada? We put a robo. Api robo kene dana, same repetitive task will be done. Hope you understood, right? Digitalization, everybody should take the 5 to 8 marks that is coming in. Everybody must take it. It's a very easy thing, right? Shall we move? Is that end? Likewise, if you have any questions, ask. 1.4. See. Amaze PLC. It's a PLC, yeah? Amaze PLC. PLC, the company, is an audit client of PT Associates, PTA, the firm of chartered accountants. Amaze PLC has decided to dispose one of its investments in the subsidiary companies, and audit firm PTA is not the auditor of that subsidiary. PTA is the auditor of Amaze PLC, but PTA is not the auditor of subsidiary. PTA is subsidiary auditor again, but the group company is the auditor. So that subsidiary Amaze PLC wants to now sell, dispose. The company has identified a buyer and requires PTA to help company in pursuing the potential investor. Amaze PLC කිව්වා අනේ auditor PTA, now you are my auditor, අනේ please help me persuade that new investor to buy this dead subsidiary. මෙන්න මේ dead subsidiary ගන්න අරයාව persuade කරන්න. ගීලා මං වෙනුවෙන් ගීලා කතා කරන්න. Please talk and get that done මචං. That was the requirement. The company has agreed to pay the service that will be provided by PTA. Service, what is the service? Service එක මොකද ළමයි? To persuade the new buyer to buy your subsidiary. Students, identify whether there is a threat to independence for PTA as the auditor of the company. Client wants the auditor to persuade the investor to buy the subsidiary. Client wants to promote client's opinion. What's the threat? Is there a threat or not? What's the threat? Client wants to promote the client's position using the auditor. What's the threat? Fantastic, guys. It's the advocacy threat. Advocacy. A, there is a threat of advocacy as PTA promotes the position of the company. Answer is A, B, C, D. There is no threat. No threat. B, there is a threat, which is the financial interest threat. Financial interest tamai. But the main one is advocacy. Auditor is promoting the position of the client. There is no threat. D. Answer is A, 1.4. Answer A. Students, so far I need your feedback. How is the things? Understood or not? What's your feedback? Can I have your feedback in the chat box? Understood or not? Things revised or not? Then about how about things? Under control, no? Okay. Why can't D? Thanks, guys. I D Barry. I D. There is no threat if proposed service is provided by a separate team other than the audit team. Separate team other than the audit team. It's a PLC, lamai. It's a public limited liability company. So you can't do things as you wish. PLC වල ඔය සෙල්ලම් දාන්න බෑ ළමයි. So best safest option තමයි. But even if it is done by another team of the audit firm, but still what? Still is the audit firm's name that is going on. So should not engage in that. හිතන්නකෝ හරි separate partner, separate team, advisory division, but still whom? Still is the audit firm's name that is going on, and this is the publicly quoted business. Don't engage in it. Don't take that. Advisory right. See, අන්න ඒ වගේ අහන්න මොනවද ප්‍රශ්න තියෙනවද? See that 1.5. Give me a moment, students. 1.5. See 1.5. You are the auditor of Rock Private Limited. This is a private limited, right? Make a private limited. Auditor of Rock Private Limited. And based on your past experience and the planning procedures performed, the audit strategy was developed to place high reliance on the controls and perform either moderate to low-level substantive testing relating to key business processes or financial statement areas. So auditors were so satisfied with the internal controls, so reliance on the controls was so high. Auditor thinks that the business operations happening orderly, internal controls operate effectively. Controls operating effectively. So if the controls operating effectively, we do lesser substantive testing. Accounts test karana tika kaduwen. Low level of substantive testing related to key business process and financial statement areas. However, the audit team noted while testing controls that the controls have not been effectively operated. Usually, lamai controls were good, but this time when the controls were tested, they identified there were significant internal control violations. Controls not applied properly, controls not designed properly. Identify the most appropriate. There can be similar, quite a few similar answers, but select the most appropriate decision the engagement team should take. Engagement team ගන්න ඕන most appropriate decision එක මොකක්ද? Right? A. Assess the significance of deficiencies, and if those are significant, modify the audit opinion. ප්‍රශ්නේ which comes to your mind? අඩේ එකපාරටම audit opinion modify කරනවද? Are we modifying the opinion all of a sudden? Assess the significance of the deficiency, and if those are significant, modify the opinion. B. Update the initial audit strategy and provide more emphasis now on substantive testing. B. The initial audit strategy could remain as it is, but increase the extent of testing. D. While the audit strategy remain as it is, the team can change the audit plan. Harisho, what's the answer? Students, strategy was to rely on controls and to do lesser testing, substantive detailed testing. But when you practically tested the internal controls, you identified controls were not that sound. So now what you got to do? Now you got to change your strategy. Can you place a reliance on internal controls when the controls are ineffective? Controls ineffective, controls gonna rely on the back. So with that strategy, you can't go. So update the strategy, change the strategy. What you got to do then? Test more substantive now. Answer A, B, C, or D. A, the B, the C, the D. Change the scope, time, and nature. Very good answer. A, B, C, D. What is the answer? Answer is B. Very good. Very good. Near my. Go to 1.6. Answer B. Right. 1.6. The use of big data, big databases. Big data by businesses is increasing faster as it provides valuable insights of the business. Now, every business has a massive database. Customer database, sales database, production database. You have databases because it's so effective to have databases. The auditors also are now using big data in several ways to improve the auditing. Auditors are also now use big data to improve auditing process and quality of the audit. Identify again the most appropriate statement that describes the use of big data. Which statement most appropriately describe use of big data? Make a big data describe karan. A. The use of big data by the auditors is limited for risk assessment and sample selection. No. Big data has been used for everything. Test of controls, analytical procedures you use. The use of big data allows auditors to check 100% of the population and absolute assurance is possible. Can you provide absolute assurance? No. Reasonable assurance max. Use of big data doesn't require additional cost or investment. No. Massive cost needed. D. Data quality, complexity, security concerns are considered to be limitations on the use of big data. Yes. Data security, right? Data security is a massive factor. Complexity of data, security concern, cyber security, very important. What's the answer? A, B, C, or D? Answer මොකද? A ද B ද C ද D ද? 1.6. Answer is D. Very good. Very good. Fantastic guys. නියමයි. කට්ටිය. හොඳට මම වැඩි. D. No, answer is D. Right. Thanks guys. ඔය වගේ හැමෝම participate කරනවා answering වලට. Sureni Pereira was the engagement partner for the audit of, right? Sureni Pereira was the engagement partner for the audit of Neo Private Limited. For the audit of Neo Private Limited. Neo for the 10 years Ambu, and required an extension of an additional 1 year to act as the engagement partner of Neo. 10 years, same auditor. The firm policy requires rotation of engagement partners for non-listed or non-public entities after completing 10 years as the engagement partner. 10 years with ready. Select the most appropriate safeguard to be implemented. Most appropriate safeguard. Vadatma appropriate safeguard එක මොකක්ද? To be in place in granting the above extension by the audit firm. While the existing engagement partner continues for 1 more year, change the engagement team member for the next audit. Appoint an experienced partner to review work performed by the engagement team. Obtain the consent of client board of directors to continue the engagement partner. Obtain the approval of the senior partner of the firm. Continue the engagement partner. What is the answer? Students, if you are to keep him for another 1 year, ideally what you got to do? Answer is, what is the answer? If you keep this person for another 1 year, what's the answer? Appoint an experienced partner to review the work performed by the engagement partner and the team. Answer is B. Answer B. Answer B. Ayesh, not C, C nemei, right? I see Ayesh. Obtain the consent of the client's board of directors. Board of directors ke consent apita adala natha, right? It's our duty, if we are to keep him for another year, appoint at least, right? At least whom? At least a quality review partner. Answer B. Look at 1.8. 1.8 balan hamo. You are the engagement manager of the external audit engagement. You are the engagement manager of an external audit engagement. And you are instructed the team members that they should not disclose the confidential information of the client to those who are not involved in the audit of the client. So don't disclose confidential information to people who are not being part of the audit team. The junior member inquires, ඔය වගේ කිව්වා මොකද වෙන්නේ? ටීම් එකේ ඉන්න පොඩි මේක අහනවා ප්‍රශ්නයක්. Agree or not? The youngest guy in the team, ඇයි අපි එහෙම කරන්නේ? Kind of problem, kind of ප්‍රශ්නයක් එයාට එනවා. A junior member, ඇයි අපි එහෙම කරේ? A junior member inquires under which circumstances this information could be shared with third parties, and you explain to him such situations where confidential information could be disclosed. What are the situations where these information can be disclosed? Select a situation in which team members would require to disclose such confidential information without obtaining client's consent. Assume the financial information are not available in the public domain. So without client's consent, what are the situations where we can disclose client's confidential information? Client Nokia confidential information then A, to the internal quality review team of the firm who have selected the engagement file for review. Firm's quality review firm team who have selected the engagement file for review in responding to a general inquiry made by a family member regarding the profitability of the client, with a team member of another engagement who wants to know the information for study purpose, for benchmark study exercise that is being conducted by member of a consultancy engagement team of the firm. So in which situation you can disclose this information to external parties? කාටද ළමයි මොන සිටුේෂන් එකද ඔයාලට මේක දෙන්න පුළුවන්? A B C or D? අනිත් ඔක්කොම බොරු ළමයි. A only quality control review විතරයි, right? Study purpose, family member purpose, right? ඔය purpose එකක්වත් හරියන්නේ නැහැ. Only quality control review, professional investigation only you can provide this information. C 1.9. One of the team members inquired whether computer assisted auditing techniques could be used in the following instances. One of your team members inquired whether CAATs could be used in the following circumstances. What are two types of computer assisted auditing techniques, students? ඔයාලට මතක නම් මට ටට්ටක් ගාලා දෙන්න බලන්න. Two types of computer assisted auditing techniques. CAAT වර්ග දෙක මොකක්ද? Can I have your response? පටපටස්. What are the two types of CAAT? Right, test data and audit software. Very good. Test data and audit software. මතක නැත්නම් ගිහලා study pack බලන්න. Look at the study pack. Computer assisted auditing techniques means using computer as an audit tool. So you can use audit softwares designed to test, as well as test data, where data will be input to the client system. Client system එකකට දාන data, right? One of the team members inquired whether CAAT could be used in the following instances. Whether computer assisted auditing techniques can be used here to extract data from accounting system of the client to perform an analytical review. To do an analytical review, extract data from the client system. Can do with CAAT. Data ගන්න පුළුවන් ළමයි. CAAT දාලා you can extract data. To select a sample of transactions from the data extracted for further testing. Selecting a sample generation, random number generation. Can you do it from audit software? You can do it. Third, to identify frauds by analyzing data for unusual patterns or anomalies. Trend analysis, unusual figures. Can you identify by computer data? Yes, trend analysis you can find. In auditing estimates to identify the data points which are judgmental. Lamai, judgmental data can you verify from a software or machine learning? Judgmental data you can't. So what are the three things? පළවෙනි තුනම audit software දාන්න පුළුවන් ළමයි. First three, 1, 2 and 3 you can use audit software. What is the answer? A, B, C or D? Very good guys. Answer is 1, 2 and 3. Answer is C. Answer C. Very good, very good. Right? Niyamai, answer is C. Audit software can be used for analytical review because numbers you can analyze. Sample selection you can use. Then unusual patterns and anomalies you can select. Okay. Shakir, thanks. Niyamai, thanks. Thanks for the compliment, right? Go to 1.10. Auto Private Limited. Auto. Who is this Auto? The company is in the process of appointing an internal auditor and identified the following characteristics and requirements for this appointment. Again, read it. Auto Private Limited, that's a private limited, is in the process of appointing an internal auditor. They're going to appoint an internal auditor and identify the following characteristics and requirements for this appointment. To be appointed as an internal auditor, what are the characteristics that should be needed? Right? Internal auditor කෙනෙක් appoint කරන්න නම් මොනවද තියෙන්න ඕන characteristics? Right? One, he should be professionally qualified, competent, and an experienced person. Professionally qualified, competent, and experienced person. He needs to have ability to conduct internal audit relating to IT systems of the entity. IT system audit කරන්නත් ඕන. competent වෙන්නත් ඕන, qualified වෙන්නත් ඕන. The internal auditor to directly report to the board of directors of the company as well. Internal auditors we learn no lamai. මතකයිනේ අපි ඉගෙන ගත්තා. Internal auditors should not report to CEO. They should not report to executive management. To maintain independency, internal auditors should be directly reporting to the audit committee and the chairman board of directors directly, not to the CEO managing director. Internal auditor, in order to have the independence of the function, they should directly report to whom? To the chairman and board of directors audit committee. That's why we say internal auditor should report to those charged with governance. If internal auditor reports to CEO, managing director, what will happen? Internal auditor will get instructions from the managing director, CEOs, frauds and things like that, you won't be able to identify. Definitely internal auditor should report to directly to the chairman and board of directors. Ekath hari. 1, 2, 3, all correct. Provide access to the persons at different levels of the information. Internal auditor should be given access to people in the different level of the organization. Select among above what addresses the independence of the internal auditor. මෙයාගේ ළමයි independence එක address වෙන්නේ මොකෙන්ද? Independence. What address the independence of the internal auditor? Students, independence. What is meant by independence? Independence කියලා කියන්නේ මොකක්ද? Can I have your reading about what is independence? ඔයා independence කියලා කිව්වම මොකක්ද ළමයි ඔයාගේ ඔළුවට එන්නේ? Independent කියන්නේ මොකක්ද? What comes to your mind? So examiner is asking, out of these, may තියෙන ඔක්කොගෙම out of these, what will provide the internal audit independence? That means he will not be dependent on anyone, he will not be biased to anyone, he will not be influenced by anyone. කාටවත් එයාව influence කරන්න බෑ. So he has the right to question anyone. ඕන කෙනෙක්ගෙන් question කරන්න පුළුවන්. He has the right, he has the power to question anybody. Which statement gives him that power? Independence දෙන power එක මොකක්ද ළමයි? Professional qualification, competent and experienced person, will that give him the power to become independent? I don't think. IT audit කරා කියලා will he become independent? I don't think. Third one, internal auditor directly reporting to the board of directors, will he become independent if? 3 is answer. If you directly report, you are whom? You are independent. No one can influence you. CEO can't influence if you are reporting the board of directors. Provide access to the persons at different levels to the information. ඕන එක්කෙනෙක්ගෙන් question කරන්න පුළුවන්. Independent or not? Independent. What's the answer? A, B, C or D? Can I have your answer? A, the B, the C, the D. People will become independent. Answer is D. If they have access to everybody, they are reporting directly to the board of directors. That's the answer. Answer is D. So that's MCQ. Hope you understood, guys. This is how you answer, right? MCQs. Shall we move to section 2? Any questions there? What are questions at the end? Students, give me a moment. Give me a moment. Okay, shall we move on, guys, to question number 2? බොහොම ලේසි ප්‍රශ්න. Question number 2. Section 2, question 2. Let's see. The auditors of ECO PLC. මෙන්න ප්‍රශ්නේ. Shall we read? මේ අර 10 marks questions ළමයි. ටිකක් හොඳට උත්තර ලියා ගන්න පුළුවන් area එකක් 10 marks. Read. Auditors of ECO PLC, ECO noted following. So examiner requires from you for 6 marks. මේක ලකුණු 6කට වගේ ඉල්ලන්නේ. Assess the impact of the above matters to the financial statement audit of ECO. Assess the impact of the matters to the financial statement audit of ECO. So certain issues have happened. So examiner asking, what is the impact of them to the audit? 1. A significant part of ECO's IT processes is outsourced to a third-party organization, and the systems relevant for the financial reporting are managed by a third-party organization. Right? So maybe students, payroll process, inventory process, or part of accounting has been outsourced. Now, I would say, many outsourced companies are there. Audit firms also outsource clients certain areas. As an example, as a matter of fact, my organization where I am working, our payroll is outsourced to KPMG. So KPMG does a remarkably good job in terms of managing our payroll. අපේ පඩි වැඩි කරන්නේ නැහැ KPMG එක මේ ඒගොල්ලෝ payroll එක කරා කියලා මේක ඒ වැඩේ ලස්සනට කරලා දෙනවා mobile app එකක් use කරලා my pay app කියලා, right? Everything KPMG does as an outsourced service provider in terms of our payroll. So examiner says part of IT processes are outsourced to third parties which are relevant to financial reporting. Number 2, the IT director of ECO is having a super user access to the system programs of ECO, and a login and a log is not maintained to identify the activities performed with the super user access. Danger or not? Students, first one, take first one. Major part of ECO's financial reporting system is outsourced. What is the impact of that to the audit? Let's say my organization's case, our payroll is run by KPMG. If our auditor is EY, what does EY has to do? There's a separate standard for that. Make it, whenever standard, auditing standard there. Can anyone remember? Can anyone remember the auditing standard of it? What is the standard? Using the work of a service organization. Can you remember? Using the work of a service organization. Service organization. Using the work of a service organization. Using the work of a service organization. Under that, what's the impact of the audit if a particular client uses a service organization, a service provider? Then the auditor has to get a report, type 1 report or type 2 report. Can you remember the standard? Using the work of a service organization. Auditor got to use type 1 report or type 2 report from the service organization auditor about the internal controls at the service organization itself. So EY, being our auditor, has to get a report, type 1 report and type 2 report from KPMG about the controls they have on our payroll process there. Has to get. Because auditing my bank by EY, they will not be able to satisfy themselves about the payroll process. They should get an understanding by 2 reports from KPMG. Obtain reports about the controls at the service organization. Lakunu tunai. Using the work of a service organization is the standard. Devani eka. What is the second one? The IT director has a super user access. Super user access means, students, minihata diyanawa access එක මුළු system එකටම. Super user. and that super user access is not monitored. Minya kohe giyada monawa karada, what he has done, nothing is monitored. There is no activity log. There is no audit trail. What is the risk there? What is the risk there? He can commit anything and he will not be traced. He will do anything in the system, nothing will be traced. So user access to the system, high risk or low risk. Lamai, user access to the system, high risk or low risk. Can I have your response? User access, high risk or low risk? Impact on the audit. High risk. High risk. Thank you, guys. So shall we write down the answer? Write down, students. Answer to part A. Part A. The following factors impact the audit of ECO. Impact the audit of ECO. Yes, we'll disclose confidential information as well, Sumali, right? Good, good. But examiner asking what is the impact on the audit, right? Audit of ECO in the following way. Can impact the audit of ECO in the following way. Impact the audit of ECO in the following way. Roman number 1. අපි පළවෙනි එක කියමු. We'll say Roman number 1. Roman number 1. When a major part of financial reporting function when major part of financial reporting function is outsourced to a service provider is outsourced to a service provider under Sri Lanka auditing standards number 402. Under Sri Lanka auditing standard number 402, Sri Lanka auditing standard number 402, the auditors are required to gain an understanding about the internal controls about the internal controls placed at the service organization. Placed at the service organization. Furthermore, the auditors are required to evaluate the processes, documentations, as well as reporting lines available at the service organization. In order to have an idea on the financial statement preparation, at the service organization. Right. So basically what we have to say is that auditor needs to have, is it mandatory to mention the standard number? Not mandatory, right? Standard numbers mentioned करने का mandatory नहीं, right? So what I was talking about, you need to say that auditors need to have an understanding about the controls that are there in the service organization about the financial statement preparation. Financial statement prepare කිරීමට අදාළ controls ගැන අවබෝධයක් තියෙන්න ඕන. That's what we have to basically say. Okay? Yes. Standard number කියන්න ඕනේ නැහැ, right? Roman number 2, second one. අර super user access and no trail or no log to monitor that access. So write down the IT director's super use access. The IT director's super use access increases the risk of the audit due to ability of the IT director ability of the IT director ability of the IT director to have ability of the IT director to have access to different parts in the system without being monitored access to different parts in the system without being monitored and any changes he has done will not be identified. Any changes he has done will not be identified. Therefore, chances of fraud risk also high. Chances of fraud risk is so high. Right. Go to part B. Arnel, look at part B. Yes, Imam, there is chance to commit frauds as well, right? Very good. See part B. Look at the requirement in part B. Part B requirement is requirement. Assess whether you agree with the statement made by the audit associate. Maybe an audit associate would have made a statement. So whether we agree or not. Whether we agree to the statement or not. The auditors now tend to automate the auditing process as it will improve the efficiency and effectiveness of the audit process. We tend to automate the audit process by audit software, test data. We automate, right? Testing will be automated and digital tools we use as much as possible. So it improves the efficiency and effectiveness of the audit. One audit associate stated, with the audit automation, the human intervention of the audit could be entirely eliminated. Students, can we say like that? Yes or no? True or false? True or false? Can we completely eliminate this? Yes, Ruan, you are correct, right? Can we completely eliminate the human intervention by automation? Yes or no? Can I have a response? How do we exercise professional judgment and professional skepticism? And also, who will provide the opinion? Very good, guys. So, do you agree or disagree? We disagree. Write down 4 marks. Write down. Yeah. Very good. Good answers. Cannot agree, right? So, right there. Answer part B. We do not agree We do not agree with the statement made by audit associate. Whereas by automating the audit, automating the audit, by introducing audit software, introducing audit software, comma, test data, and other audit tools. By other audit tools, the human intervention cannot be fully eliminated. Cannot be fully eliminated. Human intervention cannot be fully eliminated. Now, 4 marks, no, we will say where human intervention is needed. Human intervention is needed in the areas of professional judgment, comma, executing skepticism, as well as other areas of review and finalization of audits. Right. So you can't completely eliminate human intervention, am I right? So associate කියපු එක සම්පූර්ණ වැරදි, right? මිනිහා මොනවා හරි වැරදි දෙයක් ඉගෙනගෙන ඇවිල්ලා කොහෙන් හරි, right? Okay. Go to question number 3. Look at it. Look at the requirement at question number 3. I need answers from all of you as well, right? ඉතරත් ඔයගොල්ලන්ගෙන් ඕන. Required A, assess whether the auditor, right? Assess whether the auditor practitioner is responsible for the preparation of pro forma information and issue a report, right? Assess whether the audit practitioner, okay, responsible for performance, prepare audit practitioner is responsible for preparation of a pro forma information and issue a report. Information would prepare karla. Prepare information and you report on it. Prepare information and report. Whether auditors are responsible for that. Prepare information. Generally, I'm asking lamai. Generally, are we responsible for preparation of financial statements? Are we responsible for preparation of financial statements? Generally, we are not. Whose responsibility is that, lamai? Ek kaage responsibility got the preparation of financial statements. Whose responsibility? Very good, guys. It's the management responsibility. So, examiner asking, assess whether auditor practitioner is responsible for preparation of pro forma future information and issue a report. Part B. So, එතකොට අපි responsible නෑ වගේ තමයි එන්නේ. We are not responsible වගේ තමයි අපිට දැනට එන්නේ. We read the body. We read the body and then decide whether it is actually we don't responsible or not. B. Assess the relevant assurance framework the auditor shall consider in assessing. Relevant assurance framework in assisting. Sorry. Assess the relevant assurance framework the auditor shall consider in issuing the report on the pro forma financial information. In issuing the report on pro forma financial information, what is the framework that you can use? Students, in deciding whether we can provide assurance or not, what is the assurance framework we are using? Whether we can provide assurance or not, what is the framework we are using? Assurance denna puluwan da barida. Whether we can provide assurance or not, what's the framework we are using? Can I have your response? SLFRS නෙමෙයි. What's the framework? Very good, guys. What's that? The CREST framework, no? CREST framework given where? In Sri Lanka standards on assurance engagements. Kaushani and others who provide CREST, right? That's the answer. So Sri Lanka standards on assurance engagements gives you CREST framework, criteria, report, evidence, subject matter, tri-party relationship. That framework we have to adopt. So now read question number 3 for 4 marks. XYZ Limited is to list its shares in the Colombo Stock Exchange. Company is to list its shares in the stock exchange and it is required to submit pro forma financial information like projections in the prospectus. The management of XYZ has reached out to the auditor. Now you are the auditor. Management came to you to provide a report on its pro forma financial statements. Requested to provide a report on pro forma financial statements. The pro forma financial information consists of the pro forma net asset statement as at 31st December 2024, the pro forma income statement for the 31st December 2024, the forecasted figures, the pro forma net cash flow statement for the period ended 31st December 2024. The management expects that the auditor practitioner is responsible for the management expects that the auditor practitioner is responsible for the preparation of pro forma financial information and issues a report on it. Students, correct statement or false statement? Management expects us to be responsible. Are we responsible for management's pro forma financial information? Correct or wrong? Are we responsible? No, we are not responsible. Very good, right? Guys, thank you. We are not. So shall we write down the answer? Part A, right there. It is an incorrect statement made by the management. Part A, it is an incorrect statement made by the management. It is an incorrect statement made by the management that the auditors are responsible. That the auditors are responsible for the preparation of pro forma financial information. Responsible for the preparation of pro forma financial information. As per accounting framework, comma, the preparation and fair presentation. The preparation and fair presentation. Preparation and fair presentation of pro forma financial information preparation and fair presentation of pro forma financial information is the responsibility of the management of the organization, and auditors are not responsible for it. Auditors are not responsible, and management are responsible for it. Management responsible for that. Right. Part B, look at part B. Assess the relevant assurance framework the auditor shall consider in issuing the report. So write down the relevant assurance framework. Part B, the relevant assurance framework is guided by the Sri Lanka standards on assurance engagements. SLSAE, Sri Lanka standards on assurance engagements, given CREST framework. SLSAE given CREST framework REST framework. One after the other, write down students, one after the other, each right there. Criteria, comma, report, comma, evidence, criteria, report, evidence, comma, subject matter, comma, a tri-party relationship. Right. Students, go to next one. Look at next one for 6 marks. See, assess whether you agree with the audit manager's view on the quality controls in performing audit related services. Right. Students, we know quality control. Sri Lanka Standards on Quality Management 1, SLSQM 1 and SLSQM 2. Sri Lanka Standards on Quality Management 1 and Sri Lanka Standards on Quality Management 2. So assess whether you agree then with the audit manager's view on the quality controls in performing audit related services. So in terms of related services like review, due diligence, compilation, quality management of it. Generally, what we know, should we have the same level of quality students for related services or not? If it is related services, can you bring down your audit quality? What do you think? Audit quality we can't write same level of audit quality we have to maintain. Either it is audit, either it is review, same we have to maintain. Right. I will answer your question, Puta, whether what's the difference between PFI and Proforma, right? So, so you can't bring down your audit quality, whether it is audit or related services. Let's read. D&J Associates is a firm of chartered accountants. It is a firm of chartered accountants, and the firm has implemented the requirements of Sri Lanka Standards on Quality Controls, SLSQC1, right? The firm has implemented the requirements of Sri Lanka Standards on Quality Control 1. D&J provides both audit and related services. So they provide audit, review, due diligence, compilation, everything done. Recently, the audit firm D&J was requested to provide a number of audit related services, and the management in charge of those services is of the view that there are no quality control requirement from Sri Lanka standards or related services in performing audit related services. Is this a correct statement or wrong statement? Correct or incorrect lamai? No quality control. Review නම් ඔයාට කිසිම independence ඕනේ නැහැ, quality control ඕනේ නැහැ. Correct statement or incorrect statement? Upendra, Arfat, Upul, Gayatri, yes, that's the incorrect statement. Can we say? Can we write down the answer? So let's write down. The statement made by the audit manager that there is no requirement for quality control is incorrect. as per Sri Lanka standards on quality management. As per Sri Lanka standards on quality management. Same level of audit quality has to be maintained. Same level of audit quality has to be maintained. Same level of audit quality has to be maintained, whether it is an audit or a related services. Whether it is an audit or a related services. Right. Shall we move to the next one, students? Question number 4, right? Look at question number 4. Look at the examiner's requirement. Look at the requirement. Question number 4, part A. What does he asking from you? Required. Assess the accounts receivables which require special attention when you are selecting a sample of to request direct confirmation from debtors. When you are selecting a sample to call confirmations about debtors, what sort of sample you have to call confirmations? Students, if you can remember theory or theory mataka nang, right? What sort of a sample it should be? Sample that particular sample where you are calling confirmations. Can you remember? Confirmation sample what should be included in sample there? What should be included in sample? You're calling confirmations, the receivables, that sample should include which kind of accounts? Yes, pro forma, right? Negative balances, nil balances, credit balances, okay, zero balances, very good. Tamanal. Already paid up, high volume items, high volume items. Okay. Long-term outstanding, long outstanding, written off funds, everything should be included. Right? Your sample should include different types of, all types of accounts should be there. Paid up, credit balances, already paid up, nil balances, right? Long outstanding, massive value, everything. Rajitha is the audit team member of the audit of Mount Green Private Limited, Mount, a supplier of construction equipment. He is auditing the account receivables of Mount as at 31st March 2023. And he is supposed to select a sample of debtors to send confirmation request. Sample as select confirmation. The following information now available with him. Mount Green Private Limited debtors summary as at 31st March 2023. Total 120 debtors are there. Current debtors, that means revolving on-time payment. Velavata given a 42 debtors in the 60 days category, arrears 60 days, 90 days outstanding 12, 180 days more but less than 1 year. මාස 6කට වඩා වැඩි හැබැයි අවුරුද්දකට වඩා අඩු outstanding 18යි. more than 1 year අවුරුද්දකට වඩා ගෙවල් නැති 12ක් ඉන්නවා. මේ පොලුකාරයෝ 18 and 12, those are people who have not paid. During their debtors written off 20 million. Write off 20 million. Debtors of 120 million as at 31st March 2023 is shown net credit balances of 50 million. Debtors 120, credit balances 50 million. The planning and performance materiality 3.5 million. The credit period is 30 days. That was the high credit period. 60 days in May overdue, right? 30 days. Current debtors 36. All others overdue. Credit balances 50 million. Can you have a credit balance in a debtors account? Assess the accounts receivable which requires special attention when you are selecting a sample. So write down. When selecting a sample, for the purpose of calling confirmations. Calling confirmations, it is required to include following types of accounts. In the sample. Following types of accounts in the sample. Number 1, accounts with large volume transactions. Accounts with large volume transactions. With large volume transactions. Number 2, accounts with credit balances. Accounts with credit balances. Number 3, accounts more than 30 days. Accounts more than 30 days in arrears. More than 30 days in arrears. 30 days in arrears, which are overdue unpaid accounts. Which are overdue unpaid accounts. Another one. Accounts with disputes. Accounts with disputes. Next one. The written off debtors amount of rupees 20 million. Written off debtors amount of rupees 20 million. Are write off karapo lamai. Written off debtors amount of rupees 20 million. Right. So those kind of accounts, right, has to be selected for the sample. Go to part B. Part B balamu lamai. Part B of question number 4. Look at it. Required. Assess the appropriateness of the testing performed by the auditor as described above. Assess the appropriateness of testing. Students, when the examiner asks us, listen to me carefully. When the examiner asks us to assess the appropriateness of testing means appropriateness of testing balanna kiyanne lamai, what does it happens? That means or they ask us to see whether through our testing are we achieving our audit objective. Appropriateness of testing means through our audit testing are we achieving our audit objective. What is our audit objective? Is to evaluate a particular assertion. Audit objective is to evaluate a particular assertion. Assertion එකක් evaluate කරන එක තමයි අපේ objective එක. Our objective is to evaluate a particular assertion. So, examiner asking whether the particular testing is appropriate or not. Testing appropriate or not. So, we need to see with this testing, are we evaluating assertion? අපේ testing එකෙන් assertion එක evaluate වෙනවද? Then you are okay. So, shall we see? Pasan, who is in charge of the audit of Sapphire Private Limited. Sapphire Private Limited is targeted by audited by Pasan. He reviewed the audit procedures performed by one of the junior members and he noted following. He was evaluating the audit procedures done by junior and he noted following. He has selected a sample. Junior has selected a sample from the additions to property, plant and equipments during the year based on the value, and this represents 30% of the population amounting to 175 million. Property, plant and equipments additions were evaluated. 30% of the population represented. Number 2, again, sample selected sample is only 30% of the population. Number 2, look at number 2. Look at number 2. It is noted that additions amounting to rupees 3 million have been identified as items not supported with the appropriate supporting document, it is concluded that the amount is below planning and performance materiality, and therefore no additional testing is needed. No additional testing is needed. What do you think? Assess the appropriateness of the testing performed by the auditor as described above. See, once again read. IQ. Pasan is in the charge of audit of Sapphire Private Limited. Sapphire Private Limited audit එක ළමයි Pasan තමයි in charge, right? He reviewed the audit procedures performed by one of his junior members. Junior member has selected a sample from the additions to property, plant and equipment during the year based on a value, and the sample represents 30% of the population, amounting to 175. It is noted that additions amounting to 3 million have been identified as items not supported with supporting documents. It is concluded that amount is below planning materiality, and therefore no testing, additional testing needed. First one, are you agree with that or not? First one එකත් එක්ක ළමයි ඔයා agree වෙනවද නැද්ද? 30% of the population has been selected for sample testing, which is about 175 million value. Agreed or not? First one, agree or not? Yes, right. So since we don't have supporting documents, maybe we may have to increase the sample size. Sample size එකත් increase කරන්න වෙයි ළමයි. We may not be able to agree with that, because yes, true that 30% covered, 30% of the population cover වෙලා තියෙනවා. හැබැයි look at the next one. Documents are also not there. So better we go for a higher percentage of coverage of the population. Second one, do you agree? දෙවැනි එකට ඔයා agree ද ළමයි? Agree or disagree? 3.3 million worth of additions, no supporting documents. So below the materiality, you don't need any procedure. Do you agree or not? දෙවැනි එකට agree. That means additions, there are no supporting documents worth 3 million, planning material 3.5 million, so you don't need any procedures on that. Agree or disagree? Second one also you disagree. Eka disagree lamai bhai. Then materiality වලට වඩා අඩුයි කියලා, since it is below the materiality, can you completely omit them without performing procedures? No. What do you call? Now, assuming that it is below the materiality, planning materiality, you should not completely omit it without performing further procedures. What will happen? When you aggregatively collect them, sometimes it will be above your performance materiality. So you should better perform procedures. Procedures perform කරන්න ඕන ළමයි. So both the statement, I will not agree. Statement දෙකටම මම agree වෙන්නේ නැහැ ළමයි. මොකද පළවෙනි එකත්, because I feel personally there should be a higher coverage of by the sample, because the documents are not available because of the risk there. Second one, obviously I will not agree, because why? Non-performance of audit procedures is a kind of a critical factor, even though it is below the performance materiality. Yes, Abdullah, yes. Systematic sampling නෑ. ඒක systematic sampling කරලා ගන්න බෑ, right? It's not systematic sampling. It is where randomly you select from somewhere and with a constant interval you are selecting. No, not that. Okay, so write down bullet point number 1. Bullet point number 1. We do not agree with the sample selected by the auditors with the sample selected by the auditors, since even though the sample covers 30% of the population, there are indications that non-availability of documents and other relevant risks increase the risk of material misstatements. Increase the risk of material misstatements. Therefore, it is advisable that the sample size to be increased. Number 2, second bullet point. Number 2, even though rupees 3 million worth of additions, that are without proper supporting documents are below the materiality level and non-performance of any audit procedures is not appropriate. Non-performance of any audit procedures is not appropriate. Even though below the materiality level, audit procedures are required. even though below the materiality level, audit procedures are required. Right. Look at question number 5, Lamai. Students, after doing question number 5, better we take a kind of a small break. No, we continued for about 2 hours now. After we continue, 10 minutes, we'll have a kind of break and then we will go to the next part. We are going until 11, right? Right? Look at the requirement in question number 5. Required to A, assess the key root causes for the above deviations based on the information available. Key root causes, key reasons for the deviations. Discuss 4 quality controls ACC and company. 4 quality controls ACC and company should place. ACC and company දාන්න ඕන quality controls for the individual audits. First one, root causes, reasons for deviations. මොනවා හරි අවුලක් ගිහිල්ලා ඇති ළමයි, certain misstatements, deviations would have happened in the process. So the root cause for that, ඒක reason එක. Second part, what are the controls, quality control measurements that you are proposing? Question number 5. Right, make a lamai. This comes from quality control session. So Sri Lanka standards on quality management 1, Sri Lanka standards on quality management 2, quality control 2. Those 2 standards you should have in your mind. Standards tika always තියෙන්න ඕන ළමයි. Direction, supervision and review, engagement level quality control, then individual audit quality control. හොඳට මතක තියාගන්න. Direction, supervision, review, consultation. Remember them. මතක් කරගන්න ළමයි exam යන්න ඉස්සෙල්ලා හොඳට බලා ගන්න. Comprehensive CA Sri Lanka study pack will help you. See, ACC and company, a firm of chartered accountants, which mainly provide audit and advisory services to the clients in different industries. So they provide audit and other advisory services to clients in different industries. Presently, 5 assurance partners are involved in providing audit services, and these partners are also involved in providing some advisory services, and they are also responsible in leading internal functions such as risk management, independence, ethics and quality. Any problem? Any problem there? අපි කියෝපගේ මොකක් හරි අවුලක් තියෙනවා තමයි. Can I have a response? What we read, have you found any issue? 5 partners are there. They are like all rounders. They do audit, they do risk management, they do everything. What is the problem? They do audit, they do risk management, right? They do ethics evaluation, everything done by them. හැමදේම ඒගොල්ලෝ තමයි කරන්න ළමයි. Okay, independence problem, right? So generally what we prefer, partners who are engagement partners in audit should not do quality control reviews, right? Quality control review partners should be separate from the audit partners. Tax partners should be different. Internal audit partners should be different, but they does everything. Maybe part of root cause. The firm has established policies and procedures over the process of human resource management, engagement performance, ethical requirements, acceptance and continuance of process related to clients and engagements and monitoring activities. So they have given policies for recruitment, client management, then all activities. Despite the existence of these policies and procedures, the following deviations have been noted. මෙන්න මේ issues ටික හොයාගත්තා. High attrition rate of the firm owing to lack of development activities for the staff and inadequate compensation. Padimadi, no proper development, professional career development නෑ ළමයි. මිනිස්සු අයින් වෙනවා. One of the engagement partners of the firm is having a close relationship with some audit clients and providing advice relating to controls implementation and accounting applications. Partner having close relationship with the client, doing advice on accounts, controls, implementation of systems, which are management responsibilities done by the partner. Partner ළමයි management එක කරන වැඩ ටිකත් partner කරනවා. Risk. Acceptance of clients that are of high risk nature without documenting, supporting the rationale of accepting such high risk client. Clients ලාව accept කරනවා කිසිම හේතුවක් නැතුවම high risk client ලාවත් onboard කරනවා. The monitoring of activities have not been undertaken as planned or no acting upon the findings of monitoring activities. The findings related to engagement performance as the required quality requirements have not been met. Engagement එකට අදාළ quality requirements උත් නැහැ. Assess the key root causes of the above deviations based on the information available. Discuss 4 quality controls that should be in place. ළමයි මේක root cause එක මොකක්ද? For me, the root cause is no proper segregation of responsibilities between partners. All partners are doing all the things. Then the lack of independence. Partners lagawa independence නැහැ. Poor morale, recruitment, professional development, professional career evaluation, all those are not there. So shall we write down the answer? අපි උත්තරේ ලියමුද? Part A, right there. Following root causes observed, with regard to the quality aspects of the audit of the client. Quality aspect of the audit of the client. Number 1, there is no proper division of responsibilities. There is no division of responsibilities between the partners, and same partner is performing, same partner is performing audit audit, comma, quality control, comma, advisory, audit, quality control, comma, advisory, resulting in partners are performing conflicting tasks. Partners are performing conflicting tasks, resulting in partners are performing conflicting tasks that compromise independence. Partners are performing conflicting tasks that compromise independence. Number two, second one, no proper developed HR practice of human resource planning, HR practice of human resource planning, comma, human resource planning, comma, manpower development, and performance-based compensation, Next one, no proper client acceptance procedure. Students, you have to accept clients based on their risk, right? No proper client acceptance procedure, and evaluation of independence of the firm. Next one, no proper firm leadership. Leadership not to be seen, right? No proper firm leadership has been identified. No proper firm leadership has been identified to provide proper firm leadership has been identified to provide proper audit quality. To provide proper audit quality. No proper leadership has been identified to provide proper audit quality. Full stop. Proper audit quality. So as part B, look at it. Discuss 4 quality controls AC should have. මොනවද තියෙන්න ඕන quality control ළමයි? What are the quality controls that should be there? තියෙන්න ඕන quality control මොනවද? Number 1. First one, we will definitely say firm leadership. There should be a senior partner who should be, I would say, the senior partner has to evaluate the quality of the all audits. Write down number 1, firm leadership. Firm, F-I-R-M, firm leadership who stress, S-T-R-E-S-S, firm leadership who stress the importance of audit quality. Firm leadership who stress the importance of audit quality. Audit quality ගැන හිතන leadership එක. Who stress the importance of audit quality. Number 1. Number 2, engagement partner maintains audit quality. Engagement partner maintains audit quality in individual audits. Engagement partner maintains audit quality in individual audits. Next one. In appropriate instances, consultation obtained. Appropriate instances, consultation obtained. අදාළ තැන්වලදී consultations ගන්නවා ළමයි. Consultations obtained. Next one, direction, supervision and review. We maintain direction, supervision and review for the audit activities. Direction, supervision and review for the audit activities. Full stop. Direction, supervision and review for the audit activities. Full stop. Okay, students, we answered the MCQs. Then we answered the short answer questions, 10 marks questions. Now it's time for us to start section C, the large questions. ලකුණු 20, 20 marks large questions has to start. Yes, SLSQM එකෙන්ම ලියන්න ඕන, right? උපේන්ද්‍ර good, right? Acceptance also, client acceptance procedure එකක් තියෙන්නත් ඕන. ඕන control එකක් විදිහට එකක් දාන්න ළමයි. Having a proper client acceptance procedure is also a kind of a control. Having a structured client acceptance procedure, that is also a control. Good points, right? Students, now it's 9:12. We'll meet up at 9:20. අපි 9:20ට ආයි හම්බෙමු, right? We'll have a quick bio break, right? 9:20 we'll meet up and we'll move on to question number 6. Okay, so we'll have about 8 to 10 minutes break right now. We'll meet up at 9:20. Okay, students, we are meeting back. Let's go to question number 6. Right, let's meet up and let's attempt question number 6 and see it. Look at the examiner's requirement in question number 6. What he is asking. Assess the risk of material misstatements. In the misstatements, the audit team should focus based on the information above. Based on the given information, you need to evaluate, assess what are the risk of material misstatements that can happen. Students, when I say risk of material misstatements, what comes to your mind? Risk of material misstatements what comes to your mind? What are the types of risk of material misstatements you have? Can anyone remember what are the types of risk of material misstatements we have? Basically, two types. What they are? Inherent risk and control risk. Risk of material misstatements means situations where accounting framework has been deviated. Financial reporting has been done in such a way accounting standards have been deviated. Chances of accounting standards being deviated. Standards වලට විරුද්ධ විදියකට accounts හදලා තියෙන්නේ. It can be inherent risk, susceptibility that account balance or transaction being misstated, and it can be internal controls related control risk. So risk of material misstatement means chances of inherent risk and control risk happening. Inherent risk එකයි control risk එකයි වෙන්න තියෙන chance එක ළමයි. Risk of material misstatements. Now see, තව ඔකට ළමයි කියන්න පුළුවන් accounting framework එක deviate වෙච්ච අවස්ථා. Situations where management would deviate accounting framework. See, Mahesh is the audit manager of the audit of Radian Private Limited, the company. It is a manufacturer of tires for export. The initial meeting had with the management with respect of the audit for the year ended 31st March 2023, right? The initial meeting had with the management with respect to the audit of the year 2023, that was March, noted following. Since the company is unable to import new machines due to the current restrictions, the management has decided to improve the efficiency level of the machineries which are being used currently, and a technical team has undertaken this task. The cost incurred on this amount to $60 million. So what happened? Since there are import restrictions on importing machinery, a technical team has improved the efficiency of the machines. Students, any risk of material misstatements here? Material misstatement is there any risk of material misstatements you see here? What's your response? Do you find any risk of material misstatements here? What's that? Valuation of property, plant and equipments. Whether do they capitalize this? Right? Whether do they capitalize this or charge to the income statement? Students, overhaul expenditure and expenditure on, let's say, repair can be capitalized only if, because of this, the useful life of the machine increases. මේක නිසා ළමයි machine එකේ useful life වැඩි වුණොත්, or maybe future cash generating ability exceeded, then ළමයි you can capitalize that expenses. If not, that has to be charged. Now that's the risk of material misstatements, whether management has capitalized any revenue expenditure. Better than ළමයි management capitalize කරොත් that 60 million without evaluating whether that cost will improve the efficiency, we have a problem. We can capitalize this 60 million only if, because of that particular expenses, whether useful life increase, whether cash generating ability increases, only you can do. If not, it's a revenue expenditure. If in a case revenue expenditure, if you capitalize, that will become a risk of material misstatement. Go to next. During the year, your client has lost a key customer, as the orders were not fulfilled on a timely basis. As a result of these delays in procuring raw materials, as a result of restrictions of imports and delays in freight forwarding activities. Any risk of material misstatements here? දෙවැනි එක බලලා ළමයි මට කියන බලන්න මොනවද risk of material misstatements තිබුණාද කියලා? Can I have your response on number 2? Any risk of material misstatements you have identified? Major customer lost ළමයි. Major customer lost. Any risk? Going concern. Very good, right? Going concern. You lost a major customer. Major customer lost is a indicator of material uncertainty of company being going concern. Going concern risk. Right? So it's a risk. Major customer lost. Next one. During the year, the gross profit margin has slightly dropped from 18% to 16.5%. Gross profit margin has come down. The finished goods include items that have not moved for over 6 months. Slow moving and obsolete stocks. මාස 6ක් move වෙච්ච නැති stock එක තියෙනවා. Valuing 55 million. The inventory turnover period is assessed to be 2.5 months. මාස දෙකමාරයි inventory period, but 6 months overdue stock is still there. Any risk of material misstatement here? මෙතන මොනවා risk of material misstatement එකක් තියෙනවද ළමයි? Any idea? What's that? Valuation of inventory valuation. Okay, so inventory actually students should be valued at what? Cost or net realizable, whichever is lower. But if the management solely put this on cost, inventory will be overstated because that particular raw materials you can't sell at its cost now. Cost එකට විකුණන්න බෑ ළමයි. So that's a risk. The engagement team considered the overall material to be $47 million and planning material to be 35 million. So all these figures are material, above the materiality figure. The company's functional currency is determined to be US dollars. Take a moment and read it. මේ ටික කියවන්න බලන්න විනාඩියක් කරා. මේ points ටික. Take a moment and read. So risk of material misstatement means, students, what? Chances of accounting framework being deviated. හරියට standard එකේ කියලා තියෙන එක කළා නැහැ. Whatever the standard has stated, they have not done. Yes, foreign exchange risk is also there, but that's not the main risk, right? ඒක main risk එක නෙමෙයි ළමයි. Okay, right? So shall we write down? Write down answer to part A. Part A. Right there. Following risk of material misstatements have been identified have been identified. With regard to the given information. With regard to the given information. Number one, the value of property, plant and equipments may be overstated. The value of property, plant and equipments may be overstated due to capitalization of repair cost which may not classify to capitalization of repair cost which may not classify to the capitalization recognition criteria the capitalization recognition criteria of LK 16 capitalization recognition criteria of LK 16 LK 16. This is where revenue expenditure may be capitalized. This is where revenue expenditure may be capitalized. Revenue expenditure may be capitalized. Number two, students, second one, risk of going concern. Risk of going concern. Continue writing. Put a dash and write. Due to loss of major customer, due to loss of a major customer, the company faces a risk of going concern. Due to loss of a major customer, the company faces a risk of going concern. Whereas it may be a possible reason that the company may not be in going concern. The company may not be in going concern. Right. Go to third one, Lamai. Number 3. So right there, slow moving and obsolete stocks. The slow moving and obsolete stock is an indicator that inventory is overvalued. Slow moving and obsolete stock is an indicator that inventory can be overvalued. Right. Okay, students, shall we move to part B? Abhi part B yamudu. Look at part B. See. The following information is made available with respect to the audit of Radian Private Limited for the year ended 31st March 2023. Set of information has been given. What information set එක Let's see what is the requirement of the examiner. Outline further audit procedures that you will perform on the above area. මේ area එකට ඔයා කරන further procedures මොනවද? What are the further procedures that you perform on these areas? Can be test of controls, can be substantive procedures, test of details and analytical procedures. ඔයා කරන further procedures මොනවද? තමයි මට කර වේල ඇදලා යනවා වේගෙන් මේ මොකද we have to complete by 11, right? So examiner asking you what are the further procedures to be performed. So when he says further procedures, are you going to perform analytical procedures? Are you going to perform test of details of transaction? That fact, right? So shall we see? The following information is made available with respect to the audit of Radian Private Limited for the year ended 31st March 2023. Radian Private Limited for the year ended 31st March 2023. Revenue 960 million US dollars million. Loss before tax, massive loss, 467 million loss. Inventories 350 million. Property, plant and equipment 1.1 billion. So large asset base revenue, but they have a loss of 467 million. The audit engagement team has performed following procedures. May procedures tika kalla thiyena. You need to know what are the further procedures that you got to do. What else? Apart from these procedures that the examiner say, what other procedures further you got to do? Revenue procedures done. Test of controls related to sales ordering, invoicing, shipping, ledger maintenance and receipt of money. So controls were tested. You inquired, you inspected, observed, and controls on sales ordering, invoicing activities done. Substantive analytical procedures over revenue also done. Analytical procedures with revenue with the What are the further procedures you got to do? You can do cutoff testing. Cutoff testing. Test the dispatch note date and the sales invoice date to identify whether sales has been recorded, revenue has been recorded in the correct financial year. Test cutoff, revenue cutoff. Then next one, evaluate the contract of sales to identify whether terms of trade properly done. Contract of sales, inspect current. Cutoff testing current. Then lamai, completeness. Reconcile revenue. Revenue as per sales ledger and revenue as per individual debtor accounts. Do testing. So reconciliations, then I would say cutoff testing, testing to evaluate accuracy of sales, do recalculation of sales, additional procedures what you are going to do. Property, plant and equipment, physical verification of assets done. Physically assets were evaluated, inspected using fixed asset register. Fixed asset register karangila, property, plant and equipment, physical existence baladi. Depreciation computation also done. Recompute the depreciation as well. Verifying a sample of additions during the year, covering high value items amounting to $25 million out of the population of 100 million. මීට අමතරව PPE එකට ඔයාලට මොනවද කරන්න පුළුවන්? Perform a fixed asset register reconciliation with the ledger account. Ledger account and register has to be reconciled. Then what? Evaluate indicators of impairment. Are there any impairment indicators available? Evaluate the disclosures made with regard to inventories. Sorry, property, plant and equipment. Do those. Inventories, physical verification of inventory. Physical verification of inventory done. Rights and obligations. Yes, very good. Property, plant and equipment, right? See the invoices and all. Very good. Inventories, physical verification done. Test of controls related to inventory movement, ordering, receipt, ledger maintenance done. Subsequent movement of inventories, particularly finished goods, also done. For inventories, what you can do? Again, perform a cutoff testing. Test completeness by performing a reconciliation. Do all sorts of activities. So write down, write there in the notebook. Following additional audit procedures following additional audit procedures can be performed. Write down number 1, revenue. Revenue. First procedure number 1, inspect the cutoff testing with regard to revenue where dates of dispatch note compared with invoice. Number two, accuracy of revenue evaluated with recalculation of inventory values, recalculation of revenue values, another one, inspect a sample of sales invoices, to understand inspect a sample of sales invoices to understand the terms of trade, yeah, good, එකත් හොඳයි, but අහලා තියෙන්නේ revenue, property plant equipment, inventory විතරයි, yeah? To understand terms of trade and whether all invoices are recorded in the books, yeah, can write cost of sale, cost of production with invoice values. That's good. Right. Go to property, plant and equipment, students. Write down property, plant and equipments and write down the procedures. Write down. Obtain a schedule of the property, plant and equipments. Obtain the schedule of property, plant and equipments and compare with the fixed asset register to ensure completeness. Compare it with fixed asset register to ensure completeness. Always tell the assertion, right? The assertion schedule of fixed assets, non-current assets, and compare with fixed asset register. Another one. For the additions made during the year, for the additions made during the year, evaluate evaluate the supporting documents, in order to identify occurrence of the payment. Supporting documents in order to identify occurrence of the payment. Right. Next one, students, inventories. Write down inventories. Right there. Test the cutoff of inventories. Test the cutoff of inventories. Cutoff. Whether correct accounting period apply. Test the cutoff of inventories to evaluate evaluate Whether correct accounting period applied. Whether correct accounting period applied with regard to inventory. Correct accounting period applied with regard to inventory. Another one. Perform analytical procedures. Perform analytical procedures such as inventory residency period. Perform analytical procedures such as inventory residency period. Yes, NRV testing, yes. Perform analytical procedures such as inventory residency period, inventory turnover, to identify the completeness and accuracy of inventory. To identify the completeness and accuracy of inventory. Dilshan, correct, right? Niyamai. To identify completeness and accuracy of inventory. Next one. Perform a roll back and roll forward. Perform roll back and roll forward to identify correct valuation of inventory. Right. With a matter of 5 for life for testing, you can do all those, right? Look at next one. Following additional information is available pertaining to the company. These additional information there. Now, information. What are those information? Financial statement line item, current assets $450 million. Current liabilities 710. See, current assets 450, liabilities 710, accumulated loss 120. See, accumulated loss 120. This year loss 467. Clearly, what do you see? Current liabilities are more than current assets. On the other hand, accumulated loss and losses are there. What are these indicators? Can I have your response? What is the indicator we have here? Accumulated loss, this year loss, current liabilities are more than the current assets. What's that? GC, going concern, right? Material uncertainties with regard to going concern we have. Niyaman, good guys. Financial issues, no financial indicators. Assess the base on the new information available, the additional audit evidence you need to obtain. 4 such procedures. Lamai, what are the procedures you can do? Definitely, I will request the latest cash flow forecast. Cash flow budget cash flow forecast I will be asking. And I will be asking from them meeting minutes of the board of directors to identify their remedial actions. Then I will request the bank confirmations on financial facilities available, because they can't run like this without the bank support. So bank confirmations of financial support I'll be asking. Then loan covenants, loan agreements I'll be checking, because they seems to be lacking money. So write down, right there. Following additional evidence, requested. Following additional evidence requested. due to due to the presence of due to the presence of the material uncertainties of going concern. Due to the presence of the material uncertainties of going concern. Due to the presence of material uncertainties of going concern. Number one, obtain and evaluate latest available cash flow forecast to identify cash flow difficulties. Cash flow forecast to identify cash flow difficulties. Number one. Number two, read and review the meeting minutes of the board of directors. Read and review the meeting minutes of the board of directors. Number three, obtain and review the loan agreements to identify any breach of covenants or conditions. Loan agreements to identify any breach of covenants or conditions. Covenant, C-O-V-E, covenants or conditions. Any breach of covenants or conditions. Another one, obtain a written representation from the management. That the business is in going concern. Right. Look at next one, students. ඊළඟ බලන්න. Part D, evaluate the effects of the above misstatements to the audit opinion. Now in the table there are certain misstatements happen. Table එකේ ළමයි misstatements වගේක් තියෙනවා. Evaluate the effect of the above misstatements to the audit opinion on the financial statements for the year ended 31st March 2023. Effect of the misstatement. Now see. The audit team noted certain misstatements and those are summarized below. So these are the misstatements. Assets, liabilities, income statement. Misstatements relating to inventories, 20 million credit, right? And liabilities, US dollars, no. Income statement misstatement, 20 million debit. Misstatements related to fixed assets, 42 million credit to assets, 32 million income statement misstatement. Impairment understated by 15 million credit, income overstated by 15 million. Misstatement in retirement benefit obligation, liability is understated. Aduwen pennanne liability is understated. The bracket shows understatement. Aduwen pennanne eka understatement shows by bracket. Liability is understated by 24 million. Profit overstated by 24 million. Overall, assets understated by $77 million. Liabilities understated by 24 million. Income statement profit overstated. Profit overstated by 81 million. Profit overstated by 81 million. Profit එක ළමයි overstate කරලා තියෙනවා 81 million වලින්. See. So assets by 74, right? Profit assets understated. Aduwen pennanawa 77 වලින්. Liabilities understated by 24. Income by 81. Students, have the examiner given any indication about materiality? Materiality can indication එකක් දෙනවද? Not much of it. Yeah. What is the materiality? Materiality, the engagement team has maintained overall materiality at 47 million. Planning materiality 35. Right? 47 and 35 million materiality is there. Okay. So these figures, asset understatement above the materiality, income overstatement above the materiality. Material misstatement you see. ළමයි ඔයාට material misstatements පේන්න තියෙනවා. Misstatements material. What's your opinion? Both are above materiality. Materiality level is some 40-50 million. Misstatements above materiality. What's your opinion? Your opinion එක මොකක්ද ළමයි? Misstatements above materiality. What's your opinion? What's your opinion? Qualified opinion. Qualified opinion. Pervasive ගන්න එපා ළමයි, right? Pervasive ගන්න එපා because only assets and income statement no, profit no. So we'll limit it to kind of qualified opinion, right? Qualified දෙකින් තියමු. Okay. Misstatements are there. Those misstatements are above the materiality level. Materiality පොඩ්ඩක් උඩින් තියෙන ළමයි. On top it is there. The engagement team has considered the overall material to be 47 million as well as what? Performance planning material to be 35 million. So both the figures are above the materiality. Misstatements above materiality, we call it as qualified opinion. So shall we write down the answer? If management agrees, if misstatements are corrected, Lamai, you don't need to qualify, right? Misstatements are corrected. Once you ask the management to correct a misstatement, if they agree to correct it, no modification, unmodified opinion. If they disagree only, you go for modified opinion. Good point, right? Good point, Harrington. Shall we write down? Write down answer to part D. In the final analysis, it has been observed that assets have been understated by assets have been understated by 77 million and profit profit overstated by profit overstated by rupees 81 million. Rupees 81 million. Both overstatement and understatement both overstatement and understatement are above the materiality level of rupees 47 and 35 million of rupees 47 and 35 million. Therefore, the misstatements are considered to be the misstatements are considered to be the misstatements are considered to be material misstatements. Material misstatements. Material misstatements. Next line. If the management agrees, if the management agrees to make necessary amendments and corrections, comma, an unmodified opinion will be provided. Amendments and corrections, comma, an unmodified opinion will be provided. And if the next line, an unmodified opinion will be provided. Next line. And if the management does not agree, next to make necessary amendments the material misstatements would result in a qualified opinion on the financial statements would result in a qualified opinion on the financial statements. Full stop. Students, quickly we are moving on to the last question, right? Last question that we are doing before your exam, right? Exam eකට ඉස්සෙල්ලා අපි කරන අවසාන question එක, the last question that we are doing before your exam, question number 7. Right? Pat quickly, let's move on to it. Part A, read carefully. More than 3 hours that now we are working, right? So part A, analyze the above information to determine the reliability and appropriateness of audit evidence obtained by the audit firm, audit team. Reliability and appropriateness of audit evidence. Reliability එකයි ළමයි, appropriateness එකයි. Students, can you remember auditing standard SLAS 500? Sri Lanka auditing standard number 500, SLAS 500 මතකද ඔයගලන්ට? How does appropriateness determine? Yes, Supul. Good. What is that? Appropriateness is determined by the quality of the evidence that you obtain. Quality determined by reliability and relevance. Relevance means evidence relevant to the assertion you test. Assertion එකට අදාළ evidence වෙන්නත් ඕන. And reliability principles. Original documents are more reliable than copy documents. Written evidence more reliable than word of mouth. Evidence collected by the auditor more reliable than evidence collected by someone else. Right? External evidence more reliable than internal evidence. Likewise. Read question number 7. Nishanti is the audit manager for the audit of Tech Solutions PLC, the company, a software development company. Nishanti noted following. She noted following. Nishanti when a note kara. The audit team obtained direct confirmations from selected debtors and has obtained comfort over the existence of debtor balances as at March 2023. Some of the debtors have shared the confirmation electronically, and the engagement team has attached it to the working papers. See, the audit team obtained direct confirmation from the selected debtors. Right? Selected debtors again direct confirmations are. And some of the debtors have provided information electronically. Electronically කියන්නම email එකනුත් එවලා තියෙනවා. Some debtors have sent the information in email electronically. And engagement team merely attached that to the working papers. Any problem? Any problem? Any problem there? Email එකෙන් ආපුවා එහෙමම attach කරලා තියෙනවා. Any problem? Yes. What is the problem? We don't know which email address is authenticated email. Imagine email balance confirmation comes through a Gmail account. Who owns that account? We don't know. So authenticity of the electronic responses we have to establish. Is it the customer's official email that the email is coming confirming the balance? Authenticity should be established. So write down answer to part A, point 1. Part A ke point 1 balan lamai. Write down. Receipt of balance confirmation response receipt of balance confirmations electronically poses an additional risk where the authenticity of the email address where email can come from unverified source, where email can come from unverified source. Therefore, it is important to verify. It is important to verify the source of receipt of electronic confirmations. Important to verify the source of receipt of electronic confirmations. Source of receipt of electronic confirmations. Source of receipt of electronic confirmations. If you can't verify the source of information, කොහෙන්ද එන්නේ කියලා verify කරන්න බැරි නම් electronic උත් sure නෑ ළමයි මොකද? Because it can come from a Gmail email address no. So we have a problem. හොඳට මතක තියාගන්න ඒවා, right? Number 2. The audit team has requested bank confirmation. See second bullet point. Bank confirmation from one of the banks with whom the current accounts of the company are maintained. However, the bank has not used the form sent by the auditor to fill up the information, that is facilities offered to the clients, unused facility and collateral details, etc., but confirm the balances as at 31st March. An original confirmation is received by auditor. Auditor ge lamai format එකේ නෙමෙයි ආවේ. Auditor given a very good format, right? Like the facilities, unused amount, any collaterals offered, but he just bank has just confirmed the balance. What to do? Students, contact the bank. Bank කොට කතා කරන්න. Tell them the importance of receipt of this information and get the information back. A information එක bank කොට කතා කරලා ගන්න. So through that you can evaluate rights and obligations of the assets, right? You can evaluate accuracy of the bank computations. You can do that. So you got to contact the bank back again and ask them to submit the information as per your format. So write down. Since the information not received as per the bank's stipulated format, there is a risk of auditor not being able to verify. Risk of auditor not being able to verify the assertions. Hence, it is required to contact the bank manager with the client's mandate, client approval එක සමග with the client's mandate and obtain information in bank's format with the client's mandate, client's approval, and obtain the information required by the bank. And obtain the information required by the bank. Right. Third one. Look at this. Number 3. Third bullet point. The team has performed the audit virtually. Audit was done online, virtually, right? Virtually, it was done virtually. And the audit evidence has been obtained electronically, which is documented in the file. Again, same story. Documents received, evidence received electronically. Electronic docs tamai hambune. So if you receive electronic docs, always what you got to do? See who is the sender. Sender should be verified. Authenticated. Sender has to be authenticated. How the sender කියලා authenticate කරගන්න ඕන. So shall we write down? Since the evidence received electronically, since the information received electronically, it is ideal that the authenticity and validity of the information source authenticity of the information source. Right. Okay. Shall we go to part B? Part B. So let's move on. So what I wanted to tell you is that authenticity of the information source has to be verified, right? Information source ke authenticity ka verify kara. Look at part B. Assess the appropriateness of applying analytical procedures to the payroll expenses of the company in the audit evidence gathering process. Usage of analytical procedures, maybe ratio analysis, maybe comparison of figures into the payroll process. Assess whether it is appropriate to use analytical procedures to gather evidence. See, analytical procedures, ratio analysis, comparisons, is it okay to gather audit evidence? See, a significant component of the income statement of the company, is the payroll process, salary payment process. This mainly consists of basic salary, right? Mega tamai lamai basic salary, consists of basic salary, fixed allowance, statutory payments and bonus payments, everything is there. The audit team has documented its process, understanding including the walkthroughs. The company uses a module which is integrated to the finance system, and the system has been tested by the IT auditor and no exceptions have been noted. So IT system audit has been done. The payroll area is not considered to as a significant risk. තමයි ඒක significant risk එකකුත් නෙමෙයි. Right? By the auditor. The engagement team has planned to perform substantive analytical procedures over payroll. So controls are effective. Effective controls තමයි. Controls ටික හොඳට වැඩ කරනවා. Then IT module working, so no exceptions observed. Can you satisfy yourself from analytical procedures only? My question lamai, analytical procedures වලින් විතරක්ම payroll verify කරන්න පුළුවන්. What's your response? Don't you need certain substantive procedures or not? Can't. No, Sajid, Upul, you can't. Do you need some substantive procedures or not? Yes. Certain degree of substantive procedures are also not needed. Now, analytical procedures itself not give you everything, no. Right? So, shall we write down? Right there. It is noted that only substantive analytical procedures were performed. Only substantive analytical procedures were performed in terms of payroll. In terms of payroll. In terms of payroll. This is because due to weaknesses in internal controls and limitations. Due to weaknesses in internal controls and limitations, there may be misstatements. There may be misstatements which are not identified. Therefore, adequate level of substantive detailed audit procedures. Adequate level of substantive detailed audit procedures are needed. Substantive detailed audit procedures are needed to verify the assertions related to payroll. To verify the assertions related to payroll. Right. Shall we move to the part C? Look at part C, everybody. Look at the examiner's requirement. Assess the matters that the audit team need to consider as key audit matters. CAM section CAM, key audit matters. Students, can you give me samples of key audit matters that to be included? මතකද ඔයගලන්ට මොනවද key audit matters කියලා දාන්න ඕන? Key audit matters should be significant risk areas. What else? Significant risk areas. Transactions, significant transactions, right? Significant risk areas, transactions and events, estimated where management judgment used. Management එක ළමයි judgment use කරපුවා. Significant risk areas, judgments made by the management, estimations, those kind of things has to be put into the key audit matter. I'm just asking a straightforward question. If because of a particular reason, if the financial statements are materially misstated, can you put that as a key audit matter? If financial statements are materially misstated, can you put that as a key audit matter? Can or can't? Misstatement එකක් වෙනවනම් ළමයි ඒක key audit matter කියලා දාන්න පුළුවන්. Thank you. You can't put it. මතකයි නේ කියන්නේ වැඩි හරි. Good. So shall we read it? කියමු. Emphasis of matter, basis for modified opinion, you can't put as key audit matter. Only significant risk areas, significant judgments made by the management, significant transactions. You can put only that. See. At the planning stage, the following matters were identified by the engagement team. At the planning stage, the following matters were identified by the engagement team and documented in the audit file in determining audit strategy. The company's revenue agreements involve mainly 4 estimates. Estimated figures like license fee, maintenance, subscription and consulting, and as these are sold together in a bundle, it requires application of management judgment. You can put this as a key audit matter, no? As some of the revenue is recognized point in time and some over the time, the risk of them being inappropriate allocation of revenue are also more relevant. Therefore, this is a significant risk area. කෙලිම examine කියලා තියෙනවා මේක significant risk area කියලා. So, is that a key audit matter? Yes or no, ළමයි? Key audit matter, yes or no? Part 1. So, write down part 1. Right there. Revenue is considered to be a key audit matter revenue is considered to be key audit matter since it is a significant risk area it is a significant risk area due to management judgment. Significant risk area due to management judgment. Right. Go to number 2, Lamai. Second one. Management override of controls is a significant risk the team will consider, and the auditor will perform journal entries testing any unusual transactions and test the estimates. Management overriding controls is a significant risk. Students, is this a key audit matter or not? Make a key audit matter than at the. Can I have your response? Management overriding of controls is considered to be a significant risk area, right? So, should you consider this as a key audit matter or not? Yes. So, write down management overriding of controls considered to be a significant risk area due to considered to be a significant risk area due to unusual transactions being tested. Due to unusual transactions being tested. Students, go to third one. Due to unusual transactions being tested. The fourth one, the development costs related to intangible are capitalized by the company. Development costs related to intangibles are capitalized by the company, and the previous year there was a disagreement related to the amount capitalized as intangible assets, and this resulted in a qualified audit opinion. The preliminary understanding revealed that there is no significant change in the process of development of cost capitalization. Last year, Lamai, there was a misstatement in development cost capitalization, so auditor qualified the opinion. Same way, this time also management capitalized the development cost. Is it a key audit matter or not? Make a key audit matter. Similar to the last year misstatement, they have done the same misstatement again. Key audit matter, yes or no? Can I have a response? Same misstatement repeated. Key audit matter, yes or no? එකම misstatement එක repeat කරලා තියෙනවා ළමයි. Key audit matter, yes or no? මේක key audit matter නැද්ද? This is not a key audit matter. Misstatement ළමයි. Misstatement නම් key audit matter නෙමෙයි. Then you have to go for a qualified opinion, right? එහෙනම් ඔයා qualified opinion යන්න ඕන. This is Gamini, Tharindu. These are not key audit matters. These are modified opinion related misstatements. I told you categorically, students, if it is misstatement, no key audit matter, කෙලිම qualified opinion. You got it? හරිද? තේරුණානේ? Yes no එකක් දෙන්න බලන්න. Can I have a yes no? Since it is a misstatement, no key audit matter, just what? Qualified opinion. So write down everybody. Liana Hamama. Kaushan, thanks. That is good, right? Great. So write down. Right there. the misstatement related to the capitalization of development cost has been continued for the current year as well. Development cost has been continued for the current year as well. Continue for the current year as well. As such, the misstatement continued. As such, the misstatement continued. Hence, it results in modified audit opinion. And not a key audit matter. Result in modified audit opinion and not a key audit matter. And not a key audit matter. Right. Last one in sense, number C, last one. Due to the current economic conditions, the management has a concern over the discount rate that should be applied for the actuarial valuation of the retirement benefit obligation. So the discounting rate, there is a doubt. How the company is in the process of understanding the approach to be followed and will refer to the guidance issued by CA Sri Lanka in determining applicable discounting rate. ළමයි දැන් management discounting rate එක sure නෑ කියලා ඒක key audit matter නෙමෙයි, right? If the management doesn't know what's the key applicable discounting rate, that is not a key audit matter. That's a problem of them, right? So write down everyone. Other matter paragraph also Tarindu, if you like, if not don't නෑ මේ වගේ වලින් දාන්න ඕනේ නෑ, right? No point, right? You don't need to put other matter paragraph even. Good point, right? But right there, the inability of the management to find a discounting rate is not a key audit matter. CAM නෙමෙයි ළමයි. CAM බැලුවොත් ඔයාලට පේන්නේ those are significant risk, significant management judgment used and significant transactions. Not a key audit matter, as it is an accounting policy. It is an accounting policy which the management had to select. An accounting policy which the management had to select. accounting policy which the management had to select. Right. Look at last question for the day and for the kind of batch, so whatever, right? Last question. Part D, I think within 4 hours, students, we discussed the entire paper, right? By hatarenga paper ek discuss kara. So that's the kind of good work that all of us have put in, right, as a team. And also, students, just to tell you, more than 125 people still in the class, right? So that means only about 10, 12 people have left. That means they may have other work as well. But all 125 people are there still at the last moment for 4 hours itself is showing your commitment, Lamai, right? So I'm so much humbled and I'm so much what you call happy about you, all of you, and I know that all of you will make through, right? Okay, so look at the requirement of the examiner. Assess the impact of the above matters on the audit opinion on the financial statements of ABC for the year ended 31st March 2023. So what is the impact of on the auditor's audit opinion? Making opinion negative impact, right? What is the type of opinion you are going to provide? See, ABC Private Limited is a medium-sized detergent manufacturing company. Detergent kya naam hai? Vim, right? Rinso, kind of manufacturing company. The auditor of ABC has noted following. This one order. ABC had not depreciated its machineries during the year, as the management is of the view that those were not fully utilized. There is no requirement to charge depreciation. Who is that, right? Sorry. Which kind of misstatement is this? No requirement for depreciation. Auditor has assessed the depreciation charge for the year to be 4.5 million. Misstatement or not? Misstatement. What's your opinion? Misstatement or not? It is a misstatement. Misstatement. It is a misstatement. So, which type of a misstatement is that? Mona varge misstatement which type of misstatement? It is a misstatement in selecting of an accounting policy. They have selected an incorrect accounting policy, right? Now, non-depreciation is a problem, no? So the value is 4.5. So assets are overstated, profits are overstated. Profit is 20%, no? Assets is 20%, no? Right? It's a misstatement. Right. Go to next one. ABC has not been able to recover more than half of its debts. Half of its debts were not recovered, which are outstanding over a year. Let's give me a moment. Right. ABC has not been able to recover more than half of its debts, which are outstanding over a year. That means definitely debtors impairment, right? May debtors like impairment note. But an impairment provision has not been recognized and the auditor has assessed the impairment charge to be 5 million. Debtors represent more than 60% of the current assets value. So profit overstated by 5 million, assets overstated by 5 million, debtors represent 60% of the total asset value, total current assets value. So your profit misstated, your property, plant and equipment misstated, current assets now misstated. Following the pandemic and the economic crisis in Sri Lanka, ABC has not been able to continue its operations to fullest capacity, unable to continue operation on fullest capacity, and presently has many challenges in terms of debt payment, and meeting working capital requirements, day-to-day expenses they don't have. However, the management has not formulated a plan to turn around the business. No restructure plan as well. The financial statements do not carry a disclosure in this regard. No disclosure on these material uncertainties of going concern. And management does not willing to make this disclosure as well. Disclosure කරන්න කැමතිත් නැහැ. Overall material 3.5, performance material 2.6. Students, is this a material only misstatement or material and pervasive misstatement given the going concern issue? What's your opinion? Material only the නැත්නම් material and pervasive both? What's your opinion? Material only. හැමෝම දෙන්න බලන්න උත්තරයක් ළමයි. People who are sitting for the all late night, give me answer. One last question. Is this material only misstatement or material and pervasive misstatement? Everybody, tell me. Material විතරද? Material and pervasive both? මෙච්චරලා අවදිලා හිටපු එකත් ළමයි දෙන්නකෝ ඔයාලට congratulate වෙන්නත් එක්ක. Material low, material and pervasive. What do you think? Yes, responses are coming thick and fast, right? So what's the material and pervasive? What is the opinion? Adverse opinion, guys. Adverse opinion. Material and pervasive adverse opinion. Very good, right? Very good, everybody. Why? Property, plant and equipment overstated. Current assets overstated. Then students, going concern issues not disclosed. No plan of return in the business. Misstatement, material and pervasive. Write down, everybody, in your notebook. Notebook the company faces multiple material uncertainties of going concern. Company faces multiple material uncertainties of going concern. Company faces multiple material uncertainties of going concern. Whereas no restructuring plan, poor capacity utilization, etc. Current assets overstated due to not recognition of impairment, property, plant and equipments overstated, due to no provision of depreciation. Property, plant and equipments overstated due to no provision of depreciation. Next line. Considering all above, it is concluded that financial statements misstated materially and pervasively. Financial statements misstated materially and pervasively. Hence, an adverse opinion provided materially and pervasively, and hence an adverse opinion provided. Hence an adverse opinion provided. How do you term adverse opinion, Lamai? Financial statements do not provide a true and a fair view. Adverse opinion එක දෙන්නේ අපි financial statements do not provide a true and fair view. So that is it. Students, a full question paper we have done within a span of about 4 hours, right? So we not only just scam through, right? අපි නිකන් උත්තරේ මේකයි ප්‍රශ්න මේකයි කිව්වේ නෑ. We went through the entire paper and we written down the answers, students, until the midnight. So that's the commitment that we provide to all of you students, and we thank CA Sri Lanka for arranging this session for all of you. And students, in the meantime, if you have any doubts, you can this session, the recording is available. Some people would have missed the MCQ session. MCQ card are miss unana. I have seen several people asking the MCQ answers. MCQs, guys, this recording will be available. Tomorrow they will upload that to YouTube. Make a YouTube page upload way lamai. So MCQ you can obtain. Okay, so everybody, good job, and I wish all of you all the very best, right? And in any given circumstance, right, if you need any help, we are there to help you. You may have my contact number 077 22 81915, right? 077 22 81915, 77 22 81915. You can anytime you can clear your doubts as well. So students, I wish you all the very best, right? You committed very hard, and I know you will get through. And always remember, students, the work that you put in, the hard work, right? Now you have another few more days going. Work until midnight, right? Just Taritu, thanks, right? Work until midnight in the coming few days. Do your very best, right? If you provide your 100%, there is always success upon you. So all the best, guys. Good night to all of you, and we'll meet up one day, right, in your strategic level and more or less as members of CA Sri Lanka. And thanks a lot, and good night. All the best to all of you. Thank you.